well for some reason. Recording. Anyways, I said welcome. We're back with MSQ. Let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If there's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloden. Something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given the chance until he comes back to us, so we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I surely am. You should never have been made to... I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never, ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alize. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those who orchestrate these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. You know, the one time I forget to do a mic check is the one time the mic didn't work. Turn to the wait. Our favorite place. Things. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. And let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavily on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gerun oracles, so we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked. reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded, then 10 of the 3, only 6 remain. Aye, all is as my lady Benfilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the joined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one. Then, if the warrior of darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die. In essence, aye, the verse speaketh of the reunification, renunciation of the flesh, and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light, in the manner the warrior of darkness described, it would give way unto a void where none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life, the essence of a soul which returneth unto the source, born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surround. If that is true, then no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on the subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystal have been delivered into the hands of a certain among Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of doubt, unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of the Alamegan Liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Huayu, network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistant group which received the crystals without delay. Hikaru, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Alphano, Alize, Hikaru, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. And you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Americ's men no longer have needs of my service, I have a mind to head that way. As do we. By happy coincidence, we learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Wait a moment. There's more. Now it defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers were formerly in the employ of Eileen Huayu, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Ishola next, but there's someone else. But is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. When the world has gone into her, it is twice now that we have sought Orion's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, spent as much time as Levier Estate. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood where I did not see three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though. Little amigo awaits. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It has been a long day. Did you have something to say? Orion J. Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in my head. Now more than ever. Listen, Hikaru. If anything should happen, it should be me. Who just know that I'm prepared to do what must be. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. So to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan Resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the shipments, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the Resistance movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Hikaru, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of the town? Alize and I will do the same in the west. Afterwards, we can rendezvous here for findings. Why don't I just go ask the captain? Not like I haven't helped them before. Ah, let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, my friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan heart, he also inspired more than a few old dons to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garlands won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Seems there are talk of the Amigo these days. Folks wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garlands, and what's under that mask of his. Some say he's hardly got a face. What if all the scars? Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send Bloody Legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. Hey, the Resistance. Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. But I'm too old for the masked bedtime story. This is our lot, and it's time we get used to it. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. The Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent. Indeed, many claim that their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. But I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments. We yet lack proof. Before taking any actions, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions. Mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Hello, Mr. Bald. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Hikaru, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin. I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicions at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. I have not forgotten Wilfred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own hearts. How convenient. It's but a pity Tancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Yeah, I know where the sunken temple of Karn is, but other people won't if they didn't do the side quest. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
The Griffin is definitely charismatic. Very charismatic. Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Mayhap it is my imagination, but you see, rather more rugged and world-weary. Look. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was pretty obvious you and Hikaru would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions. Divided as they were and distributed by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in the Alameda, all at a great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Robon has been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with no choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought that might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the signs of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Valarmold. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. As I should say that the man you saw was not in fact a griffin, but an impersonator. A talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if people were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man, who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we are not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one. And mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Everyone's just looking at her. So, what about you? Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of a man behind the, to get a better sense of the man for all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take interest in a Griffin? Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never even entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin? Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence that he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it'd be mere bluster. In the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, as assuming you'll have us. If as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of his most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the map plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Afno will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take arms for a cause. Ida and I, as members of Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part, that we might maintain a charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Tailbot, and have him rub a respectful amount of dirt on them for good measures. Any questions? It seems simple enough. Thank you. And with that, Hikaru, let us be off. They really like dressing us as like hobos. Eh? You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're the ones with the guild, and seeing as you're friends with Papolimo. There, tunic and socks for the both of you. Tailored and treated to your taste. Now off with you before someone sees us. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change, and see you at the spot Papalymo on our maps. Um... Um... Damn, we really got two of them. Well, look at us, a pair of down at heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. Now, we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
Sprouts Adventures. Hello. That title is kind of sarcastic. I'm not new to the game. But I am going through the story again.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
Oh, so that's who the fake griffin is. I do remember that question.
I know
Where's Mill?
that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
He sounds very similar to the fake one. Anywho, how are you doing? Ori Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me. You cannot be expected to recall every name and face. Besides, if not as if it mattered. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and keep moving forward. Let's keep moving forward together. Let's find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking. Papalimo always gives that vibes of like an over-caring older sibling. That's why he sounds very strict and all towards Ida. But he doesn't do it with the intention of being mean towards her. He does it out of worry. Rather than, like, doing it out of being mean. Yeah. Usually MSQ, so these things, the main story quests, they will give you enough EXP that you can do one job continuously. So it shouldn't be that bad. Because right now we're in post-expansion, so the level 60s for a bit won't give me much EXP until I get to the next. And it'll start giving enough that I won't have to worry about leveling up. But yes, you have the right of it. It is 1.5. Yeah, but usually the main story quest will get you through it. Should be fine. You don't have to do all the yellow quests. Blue quests unlock some stuff, and whenever you see something blue, it will always unlock something. So, one sec. Let me get past this dialogue and I'll show you. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharok, ready to put to use by the Amalja. You must surprise Alize of all we have learned. I will join you both in La Alamigo after I've changed. So, what I mean is, so these fanciful looking one, is the main story quest. Those will obviously progress the story, as well as give you the most EXP. These yellow quests are like side quests. They sometimes have some story tied to it. So if you're really adamant about learning about the people in the world, you can do them. There's no real guarantee that you'll learn anything. Orcs, though. And these blue ones over here will unlock something. These will give you something of some sort. Whether unlock a fight, a dungeon, a trial, or leaves, or something. They can also give you 8 their current quests here, which unlocks flying. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalima were here all along? Well, Y'shtola will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot well leave them in the hands of the Amaljo. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit as we even... We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there's not else to discuss, let's depart at once. And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long, the curtain shall rise, and a drama of which I am author. Gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chances, for never shall we know what's like again. Also, there's a big XP difference between the yellow quest and the main story quest. Usually the yellow quests don't give much, but if you're lacking of XP, impress you, or come down here to duties, a duty finder, and then you can go to leveling roulette. This will definitely give you like the most XP out of the roulettes, and you can do the other roulettes if you're lacking 5 XP, but leveling roulette will be the one that will give. I confess I expected a warmer greeting. We must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. Your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will be in sequence. I recommend you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Okay. No problem. I have played this game a lot. When it comes to leveling and how to do things fastest,
the Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
There not long ago, my friends kind of said Lurking. I've never played WoW, but I have a couple of friends that played WoW in this game. In terms of global DCD, it is slower from what they say. Because a lot of classes here are standardized somewhere in like 2.5. The fast ones can go down to 1.94. Ninja goes down to 2.10, 2.9. Nightmare goes down to 2.14. But for the majority of classes, they usually play around 2.5 DD. So in terms of that, yeah, it is a bit slower. In terms of the fights itself, I can't really say it because I've never played WoW. So I can't really compare the two. I can only really talk about 14. I've done almost everything in this game for 14, so I can really only talk about 14's fights. Some fights feel extremely slow, I will say. Most don't that slow.
One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
What's your take on playing the game on demo? I say go for it. Free trial in this game is very extensive. It goes really far. Gives you the first two expansions, which is Heavensward and Stormblood. I will always say go for it. If you enjoy playing the game, then I would recommend waiting until about July, first week of July, of when Dawn Trail comes out. And then you can buy Dawn Trail and you'll get all the previous expansions as well as Dawn Trail. Because currently, if you buy Dawn Trail, you'll still have to wait until July or whatever code releases. But yeah, use free trial. There's no limit to it. Why not? If you like the game, then you can continue to buy it or play it. If not, you can do a lot with the free trial. There's a lot in this game that you can do with the free trial. You just cannot do the ultimates. But Stormblood raids are very good. I like the Stormblood raids a lot. They're very well designed. Very difficult too.
If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
In terms of story, I didn't like some too much. But Heavensward was a very good story. That I will. I'm going after to kill it first. Can't do damage to him until I kill him.
You shall fall soon enough.
escape.
Playing this game because I'm too tired of mobile and escape. Fair. Although I'm a mobile player, not mobile, but I'm an FPS player. I played a lot of FPS here. Pretty much to the point where I've hit top ranks in every single FPS game. Played professionally. Definitely. Nowadays, I play a lot of 14.
It ends now.
Even 14, I don't know. I'm not quite sure if you're familiar with parsing. Wow, 14 also the same thing.
What?
The chains!
I've done a lot of that, at least for one wing.
Snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop!
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
Oh yeah, for one of the wings, I parsed those dancer. It was one of the jobs on 14. Mine ended 41. The tier ended. Rank 41. I've definitely done that from the fact that I've also just completed basically everything I could. This game. The only exception being Gloomy, because I don't really enjoy that much.
It's not enough.
Yeah, look. It's a bang.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
Hurry it up, neighbour!
That's a lot of circles.
Crush you!
Ow. Anyway. Can you sleep? Actually, can you sleep? Oh, okay, it's fine. Cover. Fine with me.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
No. Not like this.
Oh, that was a lot, Amy. 99,999.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait!
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
I guess I've never seen.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love, these are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor. Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
Well, speak thy mind. I did not expect that. Though things did not unfold as perhaps to say, I truly believe that she... Forgive me, I should not have spoken. It is not my claim. It would seem we are in the southern Dandelion again. Infilia is doing no. May the 12 speed her on her darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those souls. They gave their lives in order to travel to the source, and returning to their first, they not. Oh. Mayhap that was their wish. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere. And this when I know full well there's yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zarok and secure them. The Malja will still be in disarray after thrashing the warriors of dark gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard's out. But Thancred, you don't have to do it. I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go find Ida and Papolimo. They have finished searching the mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Hikaru. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent perspective? When I saw you meeting the warriors of darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others. But I knew that even were your intentions pure, not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. But that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on. I understand why you did what you did. That you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. Sorry. Hikaru, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee into the refuge of thine own. Once my lady have regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. They do mention Great Deep of the first early on. Which I guess is lightly described upon. Oh, become a big mate. Very nice. Well met, Hikaru. Afano said you would be joining us. It seemed the Griffin's double was telling the truth. So far as we found, nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Darrock? Actually. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. Just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Eden. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance. It was bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoin the Silence. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspective. And I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinion on challenges that you have faced absent. Gods, it's been absolute ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida. Ida. Rhalgr be praised, it is you. Ida, alive and standing here before me in flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come on now. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundobald. I fought beside your father in the river. Do not think less of her. Friends. I've been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome, and they gave us hope. Young Ida, well, Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for our mission. The other day she up and vanished. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive, looking narrated. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that. It's been a long story, but I got involved with my friends here, Ions. Sorry, we're still the circle of knowing back, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all secret stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now, I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. Friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Elves take me. Welcome home, Hikaru. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely into Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Krile, brief them on all that has occurred. Also requested that they return to Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friend has been found, it would seem neat to discuss.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbraider.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions
bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
I kind of like the first hand. Her intro's all spring. Adventure. What else?
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
You needn't say a word, Hikaru. I know. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she'll... What's the one there? I don't know who these people are. I'm doing my best out here. I am. I just can't seem to clear my mind. I keep thinking about you and your brother. And all these little mistakes are beginning to add up, Aenor. Let's try harder to focus. Trouble in paradise. When you think about it, we have accomplished quite a lot in recent days, haven't we? Though there are of course some few regrets for missed opportunities. A pity we were unable to deal with Ilbert and the brave one all, for example. I have Sir Americ's assurance that the Temple Knights will henceforth keep a close eye on Ishgard, guardian crystal treasure. Oh, and he extends his deepest apologies for your dinner at being cut short. Courteous fellow, isn't he? You would have never guessed he was a politician. Maybe it argued with that the great sundering of the source was an aberration, and the existence of the 10 reflections tends to the natural. That most assuredly is Ascian's belief. It was in the hope of opening mine eyes to said revelation that they first came unto me, imagining it sufficient to secure my deliverance. Nor would they have been mistaken, for my heart a temple of truth alone. As a devout follower of Master Louis' teaching, and for the love I bear him and him, I hearken not. I suppose I should not be surprised. With everyone standing in a circle delivering grand proclamations about their future endeavors, you naturally felt obliged to make up one. Oh ho ho, do not think I will be bested so easily again. My competition with Lady Ida has ended. The sands of Seventh Dawn shall crown a new champion of the squat. Passing strange to think that we may never see Lady again. After witnessing so many of our missing comrades return, I dare to hope that she might one day. As agreed, we shall spend the coming moons conducting our own. If you have need of our services, you are of course welcome to see us out. It would seem that I am a scion then. Some derive comfort from such titles, but I cannot say that I feel any different than from before. Well, mayhap a twinge of pride. Same as it ever. It's official then. Gods, I hope I don't regret. Leave it to me, Hikaru. Make sure she's properly introduced to everyone. Look at them, Hikaru. The signs of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12. But I know that we will find out.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glory. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawn. Get what you wanted then. It was all worth it in the end. There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to us their fate of light or dark, the world bereft of equilibrium is but a void. And a void is of no use. To follow her emissary. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do not present to you. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield his eyes, for weal or foe, or for woe. See what happens when you don't pop the eye. Comes back to haunt you. It was here all along. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much. We haven't seen Hero in a long. Told her everything that happened. You need to know, and I thought it would be best to keep. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. You were also very young, so foolish, powerless. In that moment she departed this realm for the first. I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know that. In those final moments, she was smiling. She was proud and hopeful and looking to the future. So I will too. I will. I've been thinking, Hikaru, when time allows, we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alize. Though their time together was short, I know she felt a kinship. Oh. Oh, I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that goes off for a moment. My word, Hikaru, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulations you. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things, Alphino, we all know he's got his mind made up, but the Crystal Braves are no more. It's all over. Bam. You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. For real, he's not having it. Don't even let old Alfie finish. And there I was worried about how the brief Papalima on many momentous events which we have borne witness to memory. Though that I know I need only worry to do. It's not as though I do not enjoy the company of so many modern youth. However, without Isildur around, I can't help it. He got carried away with his training. Back. Alian has been looking after. A bit overwhelming, quite frankly. Having spent so much time on the road on myself, I approach this as a travels. Had I not kept an open mind after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the blade. Nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic. There is in exploring all things. Oh, as if you wouldn't try to get rid of me at the first opportunity. Don't you drag me into it. I have a precious sibling too. I'm sure she'd be happy to join us. Believe me, I know all too well the burden that this precocious sibling. We should trade tales. Perhaps even. Ah, Hikaru, just a hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. X a Diamond Forge. Yes. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, it won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. Right, everyone, ready to go to work. No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement. From heroic head to carpet toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Hikaru. All in good time. Aha! Found you. Alphino wants everyone in the solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was fair. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping it running. Apparently there was less violent meat of.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa Lominsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
That was the voice of Papa Limo.
And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Back to Ishgard we go. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here, I will summon Sir Emeric. Oh. Something. One-eyed. It is good to see you, my friend. It is but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But the business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council. I cannot say who will represent us. However, as a choice is mine to make, not mine alone at any rate. Given the imminence of a threat, we must forego the formalities of full assembly. But I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceedings. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require suitable escorts. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handalu that he is in He is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Command. Hikaru, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. We will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Pray speed you on your. You use the washroom. I'll be right back after accepting this. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. You must be ready to depart the instant dawn. Okay. I will be right back. Okay. I also got water. Alright, to the gates of Joshua. We meet again. It happens. My counterparts in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction their cooperation. Be that as it may, I cannot in good conscience make this alone. Not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's book of statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is... As long as you take me to Camp Dragon. You could have at least taken me to Camp Dragonhead. The garrison commander waits in. Why not accompany me? You may see it familiar. Hikaru, old girl. How wonderful to see you. Sir Amric too. What do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchen at once if you... Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoroy. We shall be on our way. Let's say a brief summary if you... Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse for. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing Carl into an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Ransell and him. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit. Yeah, we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with little help from the... Oh gosh, I had to sneeze. And little help from the veterans and Honora's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with me. Why do I hear it? Music got confused. Are we Conjurer's Guild? Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions. I find that I am raptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as First Lady. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying splendors. It seems we are to have an escort to the lowest stand. Pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters. Yes, of course. Like that, we are last to arrive. Let's announce ourselves, shall we? No dialogue to listen. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you... the Liminson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed. I say I was not the only one to arrival. Greetings, Sir Amerk. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Hikaru, I trust you are well. It's a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Hikaru, I was glad to hear that from Riol that the missing Silence have been found. There's much and more I would discuss with you, but let's first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gir Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer.
Oh,
our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal. On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, Is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
What the heck you want us to do? That the council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development itself. I only hope my misgivings prove founded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Amerk. Master Alphino, pleasure as always. This Alize. How wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Hikaru for serving as our escort before other duties. I also wish to thank our ally. Forgive me, my lord, while I was waiting an opportune moment to join the company. The force of habit made me to the shadows. No apologies are necessary. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the elder seats here to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Amerk. The Empire is an enemy to us all. We are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Silence, my friends. You must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you, unless these politicians always make a speech out of everything. That is how adults speak. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yukiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to East Shroud. I'm curious to how Papalimo and Ida fared in our talks with us. Not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. We'll join you at the Rising Stone. Back to Revenant's. Welcome back, Hikaru. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in a realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change. If my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Damn, throwing him under the bus like that. Well, as much as I enjoyed the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will be here. Will not be long. I can't believe she just threw him under the bus like that. Oh. One sec, I skipped what Stola said. Stola said, you have returned from the council. What of Alphino? Did some other matter require attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Krell, how is Nago doing? She will be alright. Well, I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. The tower is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a sufficient force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the lines. Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Right. Open hostilities without due consideration. Need to invite disaster. If only there is some way to reach Griffin. Some means to convince him and abandon his course. I fear it may not be entirely unfair. There's a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall. Secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route. Resistance is me. About as familiar as they are with me. Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi. I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Carl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levy? We'll return to Ishgard and watch over the border. If matters take a turn for the worse, it would seem wise to be on. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, or Gridania will be safer for your presence, and, while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask you that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on. To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Doesn't Tataru do that? If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray tend to it now. I'll depart for Hawkthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at the top. I suspect Tataru would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances. I can see she has her hands full, nursing that resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. Tataru and Krell took the resistance fighter to a more private chamber. I recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? I wonder what Ilsador would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him in bed, and I miss savoring a cup of tea beside his observation. Even when casting the same incantations, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell, a principle that was aptly demonstrated to our 2 young mages. We have some training in the healing art, so we will take turns with Mistress Krell in caring for our patient. Ocker in particular seems rather eager to learn experience. Mistress Krell and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional, and it was an honor to witness their ministrations from hands. Only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized the Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah yes, mayhap the elder is the fighter man for all. I believe she said her name was Nago. Her cause appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation, even as I stepped aside. Play a moment. I have had betrayals before. My gosh, is a little squirrel. I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in Charlian homeland, learning how to move. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalema will be well protected. My fellow shinobi require little encouragement to take their place among the Alliance forces, massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Barlamalt. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against Empire. I mean, it's gonna happen sooner or later, isn't it? I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with Resistance, but I'm confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. Roll this out. That thing crit score. Hikaru, there you are. So what? Amorosai fire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting you two here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you. I doubt you have need of divine protection, if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Only a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand, rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiation. Trust me, Papalema. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I'll leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless hunt for us. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak for our commanding officer. You'll find him on observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. It's good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I dragged half my watch here. See, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand by your side. It is heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in a common cause. Speaking of which, one news of the wall. All has been quiet. Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on the top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course. The wall has never been Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would become comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamego. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. The Orsay, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Hikaru, you must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway into his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are capable to avoid skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach Griffin. If we can do that. Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the silence to safety? I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for the Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamego, and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamego will be free, no matter the cost. Yeah. As I said before, usually after the 0.3 patches, set up for the next or set up storm block. From what Papalima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives that suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight way for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. The time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions, cut a path to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free from the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all the way to safety. Only pray that we have enough time. Balzar's Wall. A dungeon. Stole Alliance uniforms. Which tomes do I even have? 56. Oops. I misclicked that one. You'll wait till 70. I actually have a continuation on that. It's very empty about continuing. Magical. Pick up the key. By 2 minutes there. Or done like back there. Wait, he drops the key. Dang it. Here goes my dual cast using friend. Ow. Where do we just... $45. Pretty sure if I do get something, it's better than the primal. Not better than my... Yeah. Shame they won't be better because they don't. He's cool cast on him. Yeah, it's too far that game. Finally, oh, afraid not. No. I thought I would have died before my AoE went out. Oh, what the fuck. I completely forgot about this pack. This one's definitely dangerous. Get out. Remember, if you see that century movement ability, where you will explode and get stunned, more than likely get hit by the next ability. I haven't killed this debuff fans. Almost at the top, and yet all we're fighting is Carlins. Well, the friendship isn't doing anything. The gunship will do more than that. Say goodbye to dual cap. I use sprint, God forbid. Well, it's nice of it to give me the cast. We will have dual casts already, but I don't think I'll have enough time to eat. Hello? Oh. stop using. Keep using your cure packs and they're being scattered. Hilbert. The Griffin. Griffin finally shows his face.
Yeah. Yeah. How'd you like these?
He set the line. You can't take him seriously. I cannot take him seriously when every other line is sloppy.
I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these? Yeah. Sloppy. Yeah. 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 Sloppy. Yeah. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy. For Alamigo! I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these?
I was stunned by goddamn.
Yeah.
I was stunned by my LB. That's not fair. Owls. Oh, now my garments will be missing.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come. Shoot the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run! We're cut off!
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rhalgr. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand, you truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lonorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
Bahamut.
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Ah, Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tiptimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works!
It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
It's all that decision makes no difference, by the way.
Hilda! I think he means now!
If you stay, he'll just like hit you with magic. Yep.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
I guess technically this prime wasn't. How many more must... I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one. I cannot condone such slaughter. It has been explained to me what that light represents. I have ordered our forces. It seems we can do little else. Every guardian gets taught that the sea of cloud churns an eclipse of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and fail. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on the Nidhogg's eyes? Papalinimo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalinimo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisaw wore the same look right before the end. You think I don't know that? I know, alright? I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Wilbur caught us all off guard. Even Hikaru was powerless to stop him. You must blame someone, then blame me. Promise that you will never forget what Papalinimo strove to protect. Lessons he tried to teach. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on, go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Another brick. Don't know which key that is. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. You must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Shola and the others of our imminent return. It's over, Papalima. It's all over. Leave her be. Nothing you can say will console her now. It would seem you bring ill tidings. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to create a summoning ring, even as we looked on. Right at 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever our last resort. I am certain Papalimo. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nid's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether. No mortal could endure such. And mayhap it was work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Carl, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean a measure of it. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let's be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your relief? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of her. A desire to comfort Ida's doubtless compounded her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this loss. Why'd I leave late? Shall honor our fallen colleague through painful. There exists writing at for our understanding. Mayhap I was too quick, turning to sadness and regret, be a poor tribute I believe sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price from. Out. Ah, Hikaru, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning, we still have no idea how long it was before. Communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Yshtola's last report, the moon yet hung above the wall. Yes, but the Elder Seats here doubtlessly shares our concerns about how long it will remain. I'm told the Sid Garland has been called in to add his proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in the tower's capable case for the land. Final few.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea.
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good gods, man. Are you all right? Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Very interesting. Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you... Still the only Thor man to have different lines.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Good question.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but keep my eye on him.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, it's not like Doma has a love for the Empire. So I don't. Well, that was a rather unexpected development. one which raises unknown questions, not least among how Nero Chancellor and Council meet in the first place. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it will not do to lag too far behind. Let's be off. Are they at the top? Good. Hikaru, Alphino, ready to go. The others have already stepped onto the landing for a moment, as she went. Nero insisted that he will be allowed to inspect Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of that man poking about in the workings of a ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yukiri are... well, here they are. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for carts now? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? Require no more than a few hours at... Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even this week, and I hear their latest observation. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before forming a plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish. Hold your tongue. You may want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating. Alright, while Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Verona. We can reconvene at the rest. My apologies for the trouble. I'll visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Her, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer in knowing that you are present and... Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with that girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. You're traveling with Master Garland. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Not quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in a... So we join to the Rising Stones then. Watch over the ship. Go on. Just leave the ship there. Fix it. Nero. Must be careful, friend. The walking weapons of Alag were expressly designed to subdue primals, but men like Gaius will always seek to use them against pride. Also has to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon. In the wrong hands, bad. One was created to capture Bahamut, and the other to surpass it. Which will prove the stronger? Fear not, I shall keep a close eye on our new ally. I know Nero is a guest here. You don't exactly have the happiest... My question to you. Question.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Danger, danger.
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Gosetsu is very eccentric. Hikaru, wait. Can I speak for you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. It's quite good. Assuming we measured correctly, it should just be just right. Snug but not too snug. So how does it feel? You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell how much is. I've crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light is. Well, let's just say it makes all the practice work. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to bring you home. May it always protect you. Not too much of a fan of the monocle, but anything else is very nice. We have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing so. Very well. I'll remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with Alphino. Mayhap you can return to Gridania and his stolen cryo. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Hikaru, Ida, and our friends take care of security. Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. You know, for now we'll have glamour prisms. I don't know. Okay. Right back. We use the washroom real quick. We'll get some glamour prisms and use Tataru's outfit. I'll be back. Alrighty. Go to a market board. And glamour prisms. Where Tataro's out. Glamour. I believe it was... Everything's below. Like the pants up. Jacket and pants are pretty. Not have such a mismatch. Would it be nice if I had Emperor's elves? But it's hopefully I don't get more gear. That means I have to re-glamour everything. Well, I guess I could just... We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces deck with it. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Eileen Ryu was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure that the Empire has long been aware. If Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by the new primal, it's not impossible to borrow them all. Have your weapons ready and you're with. Something tells me we're flying into a fight.
Now, where was that? Ah! I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it?
Green what?
It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
defense is lacking.
It's my right to
How
strike.
he lives.
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
With soul and steel.
Can't bring a lot of soldiers with. Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? Suppose I can lend you one of my toys. Only if you promise to give it back. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Or forward for the Empire. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of it. Heck Reaper.
It's all over now.
Oh, so that's just...
Your defense is lacking.
That's just that thing.
It's my right to strike.
You watching, Pabalino?
No retreat. No surrender.
With soul and steel.
And they really do. It brings them off.
No holding back.
There's little shits everywhere.
This one'll sting.
Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
It's all over now.
Your defense is lacking.
It's my right to strike.
You watching, Pabalino?
So we're just gonna let him run like that.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
A beetle.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Now, what do you...
What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Oh, did you have to say it so creepily? My
The launch
goodness.
sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Bro. Hook like a creep. My goodness. Wow, that's loud. I love context of Omega. His sole purpose is to find opponents. That's it.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Be on our way. Where is Cartano anyways? I don't even know where Cartano is. In respective to the map, I actually don't know where Cartano is. I'm assuming it's somewhere in the middle between all three of them. The city-states. One moment, everything was functioning perfectly fine, and next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, too. Words will ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait. We must first... The other seats here is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Bosetsu and I will watch over her. May safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the low stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony. Man, why do we always have to walk so far? Can't they just let us go? Teleport us there. The other seats here wait. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. You indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, older seats here. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it. We were in position to control room. We were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to the scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the sky over Gerbania. Her primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows. It wielded such magics I have never seen, and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, till both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless in the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamigo's soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed they had landed a fatal blow upon each other. While most among us could think only Bahamut when looking up the primal's form, the Dolmens were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear the being resembles the creature of a Far Eastern legend. We have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have alas no eyes on the Erebonian side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under command of Marshal Tarpin to capture the war. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure the Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the fact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is in. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with the loss of contact. Let you wonder, we quickly re-engage Omega's stasis system, but even if it has fallen into the Emperor's lap, it will be no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core function. They managed it. Such reassurance do much to calm our. Yet the relic's fate is but one of several conditions. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come to make contact with the resistance representative of Vanya. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. By working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be arrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the stones, but I wonder if we might first meet. The Sholdi others have gathered at Amoras, however you pronounce that, fire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wolf now that the cook is gone. It is decided then. Amoras, I don't know, I'm gonna try to pronounce it. Genuinely.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberdal but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Sharlayan.
Hello, Rex.
That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circuit of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
Stuff. They're saying.
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Out of places.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me.
Yeah, I think the game itself was not bad. I think the developers... Hi-Res itself has always had good conceptual, led by competent conceptually.
The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lys. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Ala Mhigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
I mean, for me, Stormblood is always going to be a good expansion because I raider, not primarily a raider. I do enjoy the story for a bit, but I am primarily Stormblood had really good raids. They're all good. It's brave of Lys to remove her mask so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination. And should she ever falter, I'll be there to support her on this road. She has resolved to walk. Let's return to the Rising Stones. I have quite a story to tell to Taru and my sister. Yeah, I mean... Okay, expect to get credits. Stormblood itself, I think story-wise, isn't the worst. Very political, but not my cup of tea. But not the worst thing that happened. I think many people's gripes was how they split too much attention with Doma and Ala Mhigo. I can see the argument of both. It does feel like the story gets cut in half because it's split between both Doma and Ala Mhigo. But first thing, like him or not, Xenos is like one of the few darn. It's not like it's like a that thing for a sec. Like I said, I think Stormblood fights are extremely good. For me, fights matter more. Raids, the ultimates, like that, matters more to me. That's where my bulk of my time goes. Like I finished Endwalker in about days. Story anyway. I spent a hell of a lot longer in raids. I think Stormblood gets a lot of crack. Unnecessary hate, I guess. I don't think it's as bad what people say. But in the same vein, I don't think AR is like the worst thing to happen either. I think it lasts too long. But if you don't do world building, how the heck are you gonna do story expedition? And you put that boring stuff to future expansion. Let alone you can't build upon it either. I will say, music in Stormblood is weaker than Heavensward. Some tracks in Stormblood are still very, very memorable. Their main theme is like, huh? I think it's called Revolution. Not very memorable. AR had answers. Heavensward has this. Heavensward. Stormblood had Shadowbringer. That's Shadowbringer. I think every other expansion had very, very good. Yeah, Heavensward I like a lot. I still think I have the expansion Heavensward's probably like third on my list favorites. We'll see if that changes. Air is my least favorite, then it's Stormblood, then Heavensward. I'm between 1 and 2, it's hard for me. Standalone. Standalone Shadowbringers I felt was the best. I did like Shadowbringer for 2 months. Let Heavensward overtake personally. May have mentioned it, but Alphino has surprised me of all. Your only task now, rest, is the calm before. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we're fated to join the conflict in it. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Anya, have little choice but fight. Which is not to say that the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence. Correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamiga and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect. And that is the final quest in Heavens. Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses. They must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pip. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alameda. No foe will dislodge. Very well, Elk. I will take our home back. For the both of us. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belzar's wall has fallen today. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage. We perchance divert some of our forces to search to make necessary reconstruction work. Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the domain's called Shinryu. That it proves a match for me. Yes, the coming days promise me most. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the eastern skies and behold a dawn of liberation, gathering of blood. And that we'll go back to town and yes, it is rather lower the sound a bit. I know trailers are very, very loud for some. Here comes Storm. Off to the eastern Doma. cook on it. Samurais. I like the jobs they released. But anywho, that will be the end of it for now. We'll start Stormblood on. Thanks for watching. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good rest of your day.